All right, I am here, and I'm going to be continuing screwdrivers. Welcome, Christo. Welcome, Matthew. So this game just had a update, and I will be going over the update. I'm wondering what the best way to go about looking at it is going to be. Probably through the patch notes. Here we go. So we're gonna go over the patch notes before we begin. Let me quickly turn the music off, and we'll check out the patch notes. So the developers have changed a couple things. Some of them are quite big in terms of like your ability to build certain things. So new map, new parts, new features. They added a new testing area map, 2 small racetracks in the testing area. We'll be checking that out. They added new building blocks, 5 new building blocks. Deco winglet, laser cut, connector double. Yes, the connector double. There you go. The part beam edge. And the part beam H. So we'll be checking that out. New car colors. I assume the car colors are why my career progress went down. So you can see the torque curve when pressing X now. Interesting. So you can press N to switch the speed gauge to inspect and enable the power curve during driving. The prices of weight blocks are different. They lowered them considerably from 205 to 15, from 480 to 28, and from 1400 to 45. Yeah, 1400 seems a little bit excessive, so that was probably a good idea. They added a supersonic bang sound that happens if you exceed the speed of sound. Fantastic. We'll try to break the speed of sound, the sound barrier. And yes, this is seemingly one of the biggest changes. We removed 2 collision boxes from the gear shift blocks. Now you're able to put pins through the holes properly, which should make it even easier to build gear shifting mechanisms. It will make building gear shift mechanisms much easier. And you can assign WASD keys to the stepper motor, which you could not do before. You had to do it like Q and E, so that's very convenient. If you want to do like aero braking or aero turning, you can assign stepper motors to S for braking or A and D for turning to open certain flaps, depending on which direction you're turning. And yes, all of these bugs I don't think I've experienced, but here they are. Yes, this last one. It was possible to attach a stepper motor to the powertrain of a vehicle. Since the stepper motor had an insanely high top speed, it could be used to create way too powerful cars. That is what we were exploiting in the last stream. And it was correct to suspect that it would be changed. So that is that in terms of the patch notes. This thing. This abomination. This should no longer work. And honestly, I'm gonna delete it because it just didn't feel good. It didn't feel good to do that. I don't want to say it like delegitimized legitimate builds, but it didn't feel good. We also saved it in a state in which it doesn't work, and I don't want to have to try to rebuild it at this point. One thing I am interested in testing immediately. Let me get rid of these. You still can't assign WASD? Oh, it doesn't actually work? Yeah, see this right here? How I built this whole thing? I should, if the patch is correct. Ah. Look at that. That's beautiful right there. That is beautiful. With that in mind, with the gear shifters, this whole build I'm probably gonna edit to be a little bit cleaner. Now, another thing I'm wondering is when it comes to, hold on, the quadcopter, which I am going to be flying a lot this stream. I want to find out as to whether we can simplify this. We did just duplicate this, right? Yeah. I want to find out if the bug involving we have to unlock it. So the connector, we'll get to that in a second. I want to test this bug first. Yeah, I think so. That's gonna have to be higher anyway. Nope. It still doesn't rotate. See how one of the blades is not rotating? Yeah. That is, so that motor is not working at all. And yes, this is bound to the same thing as everything else. This setup still doesn't work. So the hinge connector 2 going through the planetary gear does not work. If I get rid of the planetary gear, then it does work. See? See how the light colored one is spinning? That is still a bug. But we did test it. Regardless, with our build, oh, they're more yeah, I can look at N. Oh, you can see the power curve while you're driving. There are more pieces, so we need to go and get the pieces. I might have to plan it out before we go and do that, though. Let me check. We have to look at the world map. We need to look at this screen. So it looks like most of them are down this way. Wait, hold on. It switched my camera. Yeah, 2 of them southwest, southeast, west. 2 of them are over here. One of them is behind this thing. Deco winglet. Sick. That's definitely interesting. And then there's one more this way. Heart beam edge 3x5. Nice. We know what we're looking for, though. We know what we're really looking for. All right, there's southwest of here on the coast. The southwest is this, yeah. Deep down, we know where our true desires are. And that is in the new connector. Oh, I thought that was it. Wait, is that a secret color there? Ah! Cork dark brown. Very nice. It's crazy how far it made us go flying. One of the blades hit. Is it this way? No, it's this way. One of the blades hit the edge of a rock and we just went flying because of it. It says it's right here. Are we getting a little bit debated now? Oh no, it's in the grass. It's in the tall grass. Laser cut 3x5 triangle. Nice. I like the little divots in the side. Yeah, those are definitely gonna let people build more interesting things, especially the that winglet that we got earlier. I don't think we can. Oh, clean glass. I swear we had gotten that before, but yeah, for future reference, you have to get pretty close to the colors. Some of them, like this one, even though I'm even though I already have it, it still shows on the map. So it's a little confusing. All right, let's check free drive. It says there's another one down there. There's one all the way north up here. Southwest. I think, no, southeast. It should be down here. Yeah, here we go. Southwest. Oh my. Yeah, if I'm, after I spawn, like, if I spawn, it doesn't, oh, the camera is the final boss in this game, man. I just, like, can't see where I'm going, and I can't control it. So let's get away from the giant castle pillars. Alright, there we go. Did we get it? Ah! Part beam H. Nice. Did we get this flag over here? Yeah, a big thing that I think a lot of people have been requesting is a static camera. Nice. We got East Coast spawn location. A static camera that looks in the direction of your vehicle rather than in the direction of motion. Right? Because sometimes I want to go backwards without actually looking backwards. All right, this was all the way north. I think over here. We missed it. We bounced over it. Haha! Yes. So this piece, when I heard about this, this is the piece. The connector double is the piece. It is the piece. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. We love it. You love to see it. You love to see it. But yes, if you are interested in seeing pieces in this game, the Discord for screwdrivers, which you can access through Steam if you've played the game, you can request in the like community feedback forum different features. I am very appreciative to the developers and whoever requested this piece, because I mean, just look at it. You can tell like that has huge utility. I'd say the second, this is like the main thing that I was so happy to hear about. And then the Deco winglet is very cool. Like you can build some very like aesthetically pleasing looking things with this, given the 3 connectors. It's kind of like the motorcycle suspension. Obviously the motorcycle suspension, if you put force into any of those with an axis, it moves the wheels. But I'm just talking simply about the structure of it. The 1, 2, and 3 wide. Or no, that would be 5 wide. No, 3 wide. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3 wide. Nice. Should we try and build a monstrosity just using these new pieces? I think we're gonna meta build. We're gonna make a meta build Mark V with that same concept that we used to build this thing. This thing is fantastic. Oh yes, the new map. Thank you, Matthew. How do we get to the new map? Ah, supersonic. Oh, look at this. We have to break the sound barrier, right? We still have yet to break the sound barrier. Sick. This is totally like testing grounds. Oh, look at that rendering in the distance. Nice. This is our first look at the new testing grounds. They have an oval track. Oh, and look at the chart. Yeah. Oh, very nice. I like that a lot. Visually, that is very pleasing to look at. To understand that, like, yeah, we're on the higher end, we're getting less force. The power curve on this thing, I think I have it almost exactly where I want it to be. And I think our next meta build is going to involve oh, weird. The mini map is a little bit janky. Like, the mini map doesn't seem to be where we actually are. Interesting. Oh, it's like giant mountain here. This is like for rock climbers. Yeah, we should let's get a better look at the supersonic with the Firefly. Let's fly around it a little bit. I don't know what all of these towers are here. It's kind of like a cool, like flight area. Oh, H, there's a helicopter landing. Nice. The line of ramps here. Nice, nice. Yeah, this area is going to be really good for testing builds, having like a perfectly flat area. Instead of just using the straightaway, right? Under the bridge. Haha. Redston, welcome. We are exploring the supersonic map in our airplane. There's the giant oval track. It's interesting to me that it's playing like water sounds and like environmental sounds. A little bit like you might want to go with like different environmental sounds in the testing area. I don't know. It's all right. It's just like a little bit. Definitely a little bit strange. Backflip. Yes, we can go supersonic now. As far as building something supersonic, we can modify the Dragonfly Mark II to be supersonic pretty easily. Given the fact we can already get it up to like 600 kilometers, I think if I just add more planetary gears to this thing, we'll be set. We'll be good. Because at the end of the day, more planetary gears is more better. I'm just going to keep stacking 5s. I think that's going to stack a 5. Those don't need to be touched. Let's go with that. I think, yeah, we can just do that. Perfect. Beautiful. Put a 2 in there. And then we good. Because those are all pins, so it shouldn't rotate, right? We got that new color. Was it this one? I probably could just do 7s throughout to make it look a little bit cleaner. And just put 2 pins here to make it even more stable. Those 2 run through there. These 2 run through here. What? Wait, what? we just went up into the supersonic testing area. That may be a new bug in the game. $800 miles per hour, 1,200 kilometers per hour. Yes, yeah. Given your altitude, given the density of the air, because now I don't fully understand how the sonic boom actually works. Why it actually happens. It has something to do with like the rapid compression of air. But yes, depending on air density and your velocity, that is what causes the sonic boom. All right, this might we're gonna find out. This might be able to do it. We'll see. We may immediately break it. No. Yes, the whole... Oh, wait. I forgot to... So either this is going to be not powerful enough, and we can just add another engine to it, or we're going to need another planetary gear. But I don't think we will, because of the way the downforce actually works. Oh, hold on. Q and E. Yeah, this rotates this for rotation. But now it's doing that. Again, we solved this before. The only thing that I can tell that I did structurally to this thing was I added another planetary gear. But there's something to it, right? Like, I don't think we can just do that. I think we have to do it with the connector through the beam. Yes. So, yes. You have to be a little bit careful with how you connect the engines. We should, yeah, no, we should be able to just do this. Put a 7 right here. Oh, please do the thing. Yes, there you go. 3 and then 3. And you know what? I'll put another pin. Oh, we can't fit that there. We'll just pin that whole thing down. All right, that might fix it. No, the whole thing is rotating around the center again. As to why that happens, it is very, very confusing. The fact that I got this thing to work to begin with is kind of crazy, honestly. Because this whole thing is pin, right? This is a pin right here. So this should not be rotating at all. And when I fly this thing, it doesn't rotate. It only rotates when we want it to, right? It's beautiful. Like, this thing is extremely stable. Now, as to this structure, I have very little understanding as to why this structure is any different and why it is rotating around the center. Let's try, wait, let me check the engines on this thing. Yeah, left control, because yes, we need to make one of them left control in space. That is why. Isn't that it? Why is it still rotating if both of them are rotating in opposite directions? Oh, look at that. One of them is, hold on. No, they should be rotating at the same rate. That's very, very symmetrical. You need counter rotation so the torque doesn't rotate the vehicle. Yes, that would make sense because we do have a much higher amount of torque. Interesting. I'm wondering As far as making this design, see, I built this design with a specific purpose in mind. I don't think that just scaling it up is going to be the easiest. I almost think making the quadcopter go faster, given that setup, we just extend. Huh. How could I add more? I think we're going to need to make a completely new setup. And effectively, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this concept and I am going to No, I think the quadcopter is going to be it. Let me just see, I think the quadcopter is going to be the most stable and scalable. I'm just thinking about how to scale it. So the thing that's limiting this build is not the power of the motors, it is the rate at which the wings can spin. And the way I built this, I can just simply remove the engines and add more. It's great. Like, I can just extend this thing down as far as I want. And then just move the motor downward, right? So we make this modification, and the whole thing should be perfectly stable. That Dragonfly build, no doubt, the Dragonfly Mark 1 is a feat. Like, making an airplane that is that stable in the air, that flies that responsively, is a feat, as far as I can tell. Because, yeah, figuring that out was not easy. And as for scaling that build up, it's not as simple as just adding more planetary gears, because of what Redston mentioned. The more torque you have, the more rotation you get around the axis of rotation. And then you need something to counteract it, and given that design, it's kind of difficult to do that. So let's see if this let's see if this works. All right, we need the motors. I think one of these was in reverse, right? All of these can't be going the same way. So I need... Well, I can just check the layout of the Mark II, right? Space left control space. If we're looking at it this way, this one is left control space, top left. or back right, depending. And then I think everything else is space, space, space left control. No. Both of these are backwards. Both of these are forwards. So yes, I didn't need to change that. All right, this should be stable now. There we go. All right, we definitely are getting more speed, like no doubt. But yeah, see how it like oversteers again with the Mark 1. We got it into this balance where it like doesn't, it's just very stable. But once you start going fast enough, the aerodynamic forces like on the wings, it just creates this like weird effect where you start oversteering. Can you make an actual airplane that's able to ride on land? People have done that. There are builds like that. This still confuses me. Like, as far as how this entire thing works, it confuses me. Because you have an axis running through a beam that shouldn't cause any rotation. So the fact that this thing even works, given the nature of the hinge connector 2 and the beam and the axis, it just shouldn't even work. So as for scaling it up, it's tough because we can't attach anything to this hinge connector, even though it looks very much so like, oh yeah, just attach it to the hinge connector, you'll be good. No, you won't. This thing actually isn't rotating. It's like, yeah. So it's going to take a second of thought to understand how to add 2 more blades to this thing. Now, technically, if we just run them in parallel like this is going to add significant complexity. We're going to have to figure this out. No, that's going to cause like a weird imbalance. If I do it like this, and then can I even have 2 of these in a row? Nah. Oh, I can. But not at the same angles though. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna, we'll try it. But as far as, we could add another planetary gear as well. I could remove one of the weights. The way we broke the sound barrier the first time was with the Bluey helicopter. And yes, I know I could just hop into the Carbon 1B dragster made by White Dwarf and immediately go at 1,500 kilometers an hour. But I want to get this build. I want to see if I can scale this to make this quadcopter even better. But yes, I'll be right back for a second. All right, I'm back. So I kind of had an idea while I was making another cup of coffee. If we put another beam, we're gonna have to test it because we're working within a bug right now. Like, this is not how the axis and the beam is even meant to work in the game. If I add another beam, like that, right? We need to have this hinge connector here. Don't ask me why, but we do. And then I do this. Oh, that, wait. Wait, that's gonna be weird. Hold on. We need to actually get some of these. The connector doubles. There's the connector double in there. That's not what we actually want, but that is a use of the connector double. So here's what we're gonna find out. If this whole thing spins and rotates, then we're good. Otherwise we're not. So let's find out. If it rotates, then we're good. FP shooters, welcome back. It does rotate. We're good. Okay, so hold on, something else is happening. So it's rotating. It's rotating, but it's not rotating at the same rate. Maybe, wait, hold on. I may need to do this. Yes, it's going to add more weight. No, I need that to be connected here. And then I would have to add more pins there. So let's just try that. Oh, maybe I could do this. I don't know if it's going to like that, though. I think we go 3-pin here. Like that. Yeah, 3-pin through this thing. Because I also have to think about how am I going to... Oh, but the corner here... That is not going to work on this side. So maybe we only do it on one side? On the... No, but the whole thing needs to rotate in that square. So then it gets to the point where this is a 11. I might need to make this a 9. In order to make them rotate at the same rate in a connected way without the hinge connector in the center, I think we're going to have to connect all of these. Which does make sense because this is connected to this. These are all connected through this. But now comes the ultimate question. How do I actually connect it to the chassis then? Because in the Mark II, we have it connected. Oh, it's connected by the motor, right? Yeah. Forget I asked that question. This now needs to go. No, it was a good question. We need to move this over. Yeah, like that. But then, alas, comes the problem of how do we actually connect these to one another, right? And I guess we could simply, well, we could either do one of two things, primarily. That. No, I think... Yeah, I think that should be okay. But now we're going to need to mirror that new design across all of these, which is okay. It's just we need to make sure that we do it properly. Otherwise, it's going to cause an imbalance. I feel like we could just... We'll just go with that. For now. There's definitely a better way to connect this. I think it is going to be cleaner to do it like this, the way I had it initially. Yeah. I did want to see what it looked like the other way, though. I feel like there might be a way to just make that whole thing into an axis, but I really don't like using hinge connector 2s with axis unless I absolutely have to, because there is some jank. There is a little bit of jank. sometimes, and I'll explain. Sometimes what will happen is the axis will rotate inside of the hinge connector, which in the case of this specific build and the way we have this set up is the only reason this is even working in the first place. So let's just put that out there. Yeah, that needs to go there. Through that. We need to replace this with a 9, which I can't do because of that. Once I attempt to... Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I put it one out. Once I attempt to upgrade this thing, I will start working on a wheeled vehicle. I want to upgrade our Alpha Meta Mark IV with the inclusion of the ability to add blocks right in front of the gear shifters. We will get the satisfaction of experiencing that. Now we just need to, so this is upgraded now, effectively. We just need to change the rotors out. So what we did to this, we need to do to all of these, and it's going to include lifting everything up. Right? This is a... I think this is a 4 inside of here. Yeah, a 4. We have to add another beam. If this doesn't end up working, then we'll work on the Alpha Meta build. That has to be a 3. Yeah. We'll start working on the Alpha Meta build anyway, because after I do this, and if this doesn't work, I'm not gonna redesign it again, because we are already operating using a workaround to the fact that the hinge connector rotates. These also have to be 3s. Yeah, we had to shift the whole thing. No, we didn't have to shift the engine at all. We just had to make the frame a 9. Like you can clearly see what I'm doing, right? Like we're adding another 2 fan blades. And because of the bug, it is not as simple as just like creating a piece that has 4 slots in it, right? So let me, before I do anything else, let's just test to see if this works. It does. It does. Yeah. So with 4 fan blades, we can then even scale it up more by adding electric engines. I wonder, we'll see. We'll see. So adding more fan blades will increase it'll increase the amount of air, the amount of hypothetical air that can be moved yeah, those need to be 3. But yes, this does work. This does work. The whole thing rotates. And to reiterate as to why I'm doing this it this way, like, why don't you just attach it directly to the axis and have it rotate around this, and you could easily make 4. It's because the thing isn't gonna work. It just like it doesn't work if you attach wings through an axis like this. Through a planetary gear. It just doesn't work. But there is a solid part of me that finds enjoyment. Interesting. Wait, how is this? Oh, this is crosswise. That's like 3 in a line. Did I? Yeah, I did that correctly here. Okay, this, yeah, that can't be there, and I need to increase the length of this. That would be something I would do on the last one. Given the fact that there are no blueprints in the game. Because if there were blueprints, I could just kind of copy and paste this whole thing and then connect it to just this point right here. But a blueprint system like that programmatically would be very difficult to implement, because there are many, many questions that arise with how do you even go about implementing a blueprint system. Like, how would I go about saving one of these engines as a blueprint and then importing it into another project? You know, that that looks like it's pretty upgraded. Oh, we dropped some frames. I don't think I'm dropping frames still, though. Yeah, no, we're good. All right, this thing should work. Now, here's the problem, though. I'm noticing, depending, these are rotating the opposite. We're going to find out. Yeah, I think I need to have them opposite. Left control space. Left control space. Space, left control. Space, left control, right? Because if this one is rotating counterclockwise, we want this one to rotate clockwise. Oh. But in that case, if this one is rotating, let's just assume this one's rotating counterclockwise. We want this one to rotate clockwise. So that means that we want this one to be the opposite of that. There we go. So I think, yeah. We want these two to be left control space. No, hold on. I'm gonna find out. We'll try this configuration. Clockwise, let's just assume that clockwise is space forward. Yeah, we want this to go counterclockwise. This one we want to go counterclockwise. And this one we want to go clockwise. There we go. So clockwise is space, counterclockwise is control. Add some weights? No, we just need to get the we need to get the order correct. And now I'm thinking well, these are we're getting lift. So some of these are rotating the correct direction. But if we look at this, right, just look at two blades. This one needs to rotate clockwise. This one needs to rotate counterclockwise. And they balance each other out effectively, right? So in that case, we need one of them to be space, one of them to be left control. It doesn't matter which way. We just need them to be opposite. And then we can switch it if it doesn't go up. Now, these are the same way, right? We want this to go counterclockwise. and then this to go clockwise. So this is the same as this. This is the same as this. Now, here's the thing. I think we're going to have to flip that. No, we don't. We don't. Because we have two of these. We have two of these. It shouldn't matter. Right? We just need to make sure that this has the same direction setting, left control space, as this one, left control space. So these are acting in a certain direction. And then these are acting space left control, space left control. These are acting in the clockwise direction. So these two are counterbalancing these two. But I don't know if it's going to like that. I think we're going to have to do one side the same as the other side. And I think that's why we're getting the rotation. Or we messed up something in the mirror of the build, and that's why it's spinning around the center. That's amazing, though. Look at that. I'm not touching anything. It's falling flat. That's beautiful. I'm wondering what about the build is making it... It's clearly something to do with the rotors. And I think what's kind of confusing me is... Take a look at this thing. So if I'm looking at this in the forward direction, right? This thing we know works, right? This definitely works. This is rotating clockwise. This is rotating counterclockwise. This is space left control. This is left control space. This one is rotating counterclockwise. This one is rotating clockwise. So this one is space left control. See, that is what confuses me. So why are these both space left control if we want this one to rotate counterclockwise and this one to rotate clockwise? But if we just, let's just take the layout of this. Space left control space. So the two right are left control space. And as far as these fan blades are concerned, they're all going in the same direction, so it shouldn't matter. Ligma, welcome back. Add some fins? Yeah, we could add fins. I don't think it's going to matter. The fins are more like fine-tuning later, but as far as the rotation that we're experiencing when I press spacebar, that is because the engines, the motors, are not spinning the directions they need to spin. So, again, if I look at this, these are facing this way. These are they're facing outwards. These are also facing outwards, right? 1, 2 facing outwards, 1, 2 facing outwards. The two on the right are left control space, left control space. The two on the left are space left control, space left control. And this thing works perfectly fine. Right? Perfectly stable in the air. That's why I'm using it as a reference. Oh, wait. No. No, see, as far as I can tell, these are... It's going to take me a second. Let's do this even. Let's get rid of these. Pretty sure this is now identical to this. Right? At this point, I'm just going to take I'm actually going to take a screenshot. And then I'm going to go back to this one. Because as far as I can tell, there should be no rotation unless we messed up the mirroring of the build. No, this is identical. I think we're reaching the point where like if this doesn't work, like I said before, we're just gonna move on to something else. Because again, the Mark 1, like this beautiful stable quadcopter that we made, it works beautifully. Like we got this thing exactly where we wanted it to be. What are you trying to do? We're trying to scale up our quadcopter build. And given the fact that we're trying to add more rotors to it, we have to work within the fact that we are unable to use the hinge connector as intended. And the build that you see on screen currently is actually using a workaround to a bug with the hinge connector 2. The fact that the hinge connector 2 sometimes rotates, and also the fact that planetary gears don't work with rotors. You can't put planetary gears and rotors together. So we're trying to scale it up. I have compared this directly to a screenshot. And as far as I can tell, these fan blades and the direction of the motors are identical. And I'm very stuck as to why we're getting to the point where we're going to move on to something else. That's pretty much what I'm getting at. Make the blades longer. Let's try one more thing. I'm going to map these to S and W for control and space. Space for W, left control for S. Wait, hold on. Yeah. And then I'm going to use my controller, which has a trigger, so I can very, very slowly rotate. Okay, these are all going... Oh, look at that. Okay. So the one in the front right is going in the correct direction. Everything else is backwards. So let's reverse everything except for this one, the front right one. This is how we tested it the first time. As to why, I don't fully, because there's no way to check. I mean, you can see it with the planetary gears, kinda. Maybe. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. So this has to be S for control, W for space. So at this point, we have left control space, left control space, left control space, space left control. As to why that's the case, I have no idea. That is what I'm talking about with the bugginess. Why is one of them reversed when two of them need to be moving in the same direction and two of them need to be moving in the same direction? Regardless, now all I need to do, we're getting there, is add more fan blades in the same directions. And I am going to keep the two front black. That is backwards. The two front blades are black, so I always know what direction is forward. Now, the devs need to start working on a static camera mode that allows you to switch to static camera mode facing in the direction of your vehicle. See, like the arrows on the ground? We are currently looking at this vehicle in its forward direction. All right, so this should work. We got it. We at this point, I think we've got it. Yeah, there you go. The controllability is a little bit more difficult under acceleration. But that's it. We got it. Now, if I wanted to add even more blades, I do want to add more of these fins. Yeah, control under acceleration is very difficult. Like, I'm turning right now. It's very, I'm trying to pull up. Yeah. So the faster you go, the harder it is to control due to the amount of force of the blades. But we have it in a state where it falls completely flat. Why the fins? They just slow you down? they add stability. I could get rid of them, but I've tried it with them and without them. And they add this like level of stability because there's something that happens when you're moving really fast and you turn. It'll just continue turning. But that does seem to increase our ability to if I let go of the acceleration, there's no with spacebar, you can't go like half acceleration, right? So it's either 100% or 0. If I let go, see, I'll turn to the left. That's the rate I can turn to the left. Turn to the right. That's the rate I can turn to the right. Like you can see how it's much slower under acceleration, right? But if I let go, I can, well, two things happen. If I let go of the acceleration, it bottoms out like a parachute, kind of, right? Think of like a parachute. But I can also control it much better. So like, if I let go and I want to turn around, turn to the left, turn to the... No, see, it bottoms out. Ideally, again, so the way real quadcopters work is you modulate the rate of the RPM of the fan blades in order to turn. In this, it's this weird combination of the system that the developers added in order to control your car midair when going off a ramp, and the force that's being created by the downforce of these carbon fiber wings. The faster you go, the less control you have. And that makes sense, but it leads to that limitation. Now, if I wanted to, I could scale up this build to have even more fan blades, right? If we want to go Carbon 1B Dragster Quadcopter Edition, I think we could just do this, right? So let's try. Let's see what happens if we just double up the fan blades. The problem is the level of control you get, right? So with some of the windmill cars, their rotation, the propellers that are on them are mapped to W, which is also default mapped to right trigger on my control, which gives you variability between 0 and 100%. So you can kind of just slightly tap it and you get like still an insane amount, but not an uncontrollable amount. The problem with a quadcopter is that W is used to pitch. And good luck finding any other type of control scheme. Just think about it. When you're on the ground and you have wheels on the ground, you're moving in 2 dimensions. Yes, we are not actually in creative mode. Thankfully, we've gotten many gems. Coins. So if we scale this up and we just add more propellers to the top of it, we should get more power, right? Because we're not being limited by the engine as much as we're being limited by the amount of hypothetical air that we can move in one given rotation. If you look at something like the Carbon 1B Dragster, on the workshop, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, these are expensive. We may get wrecked in terms of our coin count. All of those hard-earned coins. Yeah, we just have to put wings on these in the same exact direction as the wing below them. That is it. Nice. So now this should go flying, like really fast. $460. So it's not now we don't have any control. Like I have no control over this thing. So I think we are getting to the point where the engine is actually getting limited. We might need to consider something with more horsepower. Do we just go? I think we just go Turbo Vault TX 300s. Just flat out. Now, as far as I remember, you can fit a connector in right beside the planetary gear. So we modify this to have the TX 300s, because this has 79 horsepower versus 10. Now, they're going to be heavier. This thing is going to be nearly impossible to control. But at this point, I'm just looking for more raw horsepower, I think. Given the fact that we have those extra fan blades and we're capping out, it is hinting to me that we need more horsepower. So this quadcopter is turning into it's turning into an abomination. And if you've ever seen the Carbon 1B dragster, which I keep bringing it up, I should just get it from the workshop and we should just break the sound barrier with it. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, that should be good unless we messed up the rotation on one of the engines. We'll find out. Yes, we messed up the rotation. I suspect when you delete an engine and you replace it, it obviously does not save the state of it. Okay, it is the front right that is rotating backwards. This one. So this needs to be S and W. Control space, and then we should be good on the rest of them. Control space. Space, control. There we go. Nice. Nope, one of them is still rotating backwards. I must have missed. There's no way to know which way they're going to rotate until you bring them out into free drive. Because of the nature of how the... no, that's all correct. Oh, I must have messed up a blade somewhere. Nope, that's looking good. Yeah, so it's stable up until it's not. Like this, when I have it at low torque, is very stable. I have no rotation when I'm using. You can see how much smoother my control is when I'm using my controller. I only have it at like 50% power, but when I turn it all the way up, the whole thing rotates. And I strongly suspect, because it's stable when I have it, like I can get this. It's clearly because of the torque. Well, no, it's jiggling a little bit too. Yeah, I don't know. When you get into higher torque, it just starts getting so wonky. And we're already relying on a... Look at the camera just freaking out. Like, oh, which way are you going? Are you going backwards, upside down, left, right? I don't know. Yeah, these are all rotating in the correct direction. As to why it spins, I don't know. We don't know. Maybe I messed up one of these fan blades and I'm just completely missing it, but I doubt it. Maybe you misplaced one of the connectors. Yeah, without a blueprint system in the game. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? Yeah, we don't need that. Ah, okay. That might have been it. Without a blueprint system in the game, knowing like see, it's stable at low speeds, and then it to finish my statement, without a blueprint system in the game, it's almost impossible to know if I've made a mistake somewhere replicating. This is why human beings invented automation. That like this right here is why. Because if I want to duplicate one of these things I built perfectly in a mirrored fashion 4 times, I can guarantee using a computer that it did not make a mistake. But I don't know if I made an error in mirroring these 4 engines. And because the build has become more complex with more fans and more pieces, it gets exceedingly more complex in making sure that everything is mirrored perfectly. Which is why I initially left it off with this very, very clean and simple, straightforward setup. Let me check one more time to see that all of the fan blades are rotating the correct way. Yeah, it definitely seems like it. Maybe we take off the capacitors. Let's take off the capacitors. Oh, we were missing one capacitor on that, I think. Were we? That's the thing, like one capacitor off one of the engines, it's gonna rotate now. Wait, what? Yeah, something is janking. Like, yeah, I can't. We're good. We're done. That's it. That's it. We're done. Peace. I am very, very content with this build. As far as like messing with the hinge connectors more, I'm not doing it. Like what we just experienced with one of the engines moving faster than the others. It's why I try to keep this as simple as possible, because when you're interacting with a bug like that, and you don't understand how it works, making a build that scales up massively and having to do like some repetitive design 4 times over every time, and you run into an issue where one of them isn't moving as fast as the others, it's like, yeah, we're not. I'm good on that. Let's start working on a fresh build. All right, we're going to move away from aircraft entirely because that just made me never want to deal with aircraft in this game again. We're going to take this design because this thing is great. We like this thing. Using the 4-wheel drive with the motorcycle suspension. So let's keep this thing in mind. I'm going to start a fresh build. Just full fresh. Using the motorcycle suspension. Nice. So one of the big changes in the new update is the fact that you can put gear shifters pretty much like right next to each other without needing to. So there, I'll try to demonstrate it really quickly. Yeah. I'm going to put this up here like that. So this, you can now do this, which is beautiful, because that means, right? That means that you can do this and that's beautiful. This right here is beautiful because prior you always had to have one gear shifter like that in order to be able to access that, because you weren't able to do that here. You couldn't do that before. right? You had to do this. You had to do this. You could not do this before. That right there, what I just did, you were unable to do. Completely unable. And it didn't make sense, and I'm so happy that devs fixed it, because this only goes back to this point anyway, right? So this block never gets interrupted anyway. So it's great. It's great. Flying machines are very difficult to make. Yes. I said it in some of my early live streams of this game that aircraft in this game is the end game. Like, and that's not to discredit. You can get very, very fine-tuned and specific with your builds. Like right now we're working on a hardcore meta build using the motorcycle suspension for maximum handling at low to mid speeds on dirt 4-wheel drive, so that we can get record PBs on some of the tracks. But when it comes to interacting with the aircraft in the game, there are certain like finicky things, which we just experienced earlier, that make it pretty much, and I don't want to be too brutal, but it makes it pretty much not worthwhile to invest too much time in trying to work around some of those issues. But yes, now we can have 2 of these gear shift 2s in a row, just like that, which is beautiful. I like that a lot. I like these a lot. I will be right back, but we are going to build this meta build. All right, I'm back. How do I start a new career? I'm not entirely sure, honestly. The save file name. As for like uh replacing your career file, I'm not sure. I also run this game on Linux. Um I'm sure I could go through the file structure, but that would be probably a really good question in the Discord for this game. Yeah, so as for building this out, that was kind of like an idea as to how I wanted to structure that. We are going to need to make a drivetrain. And it's going to be quite interesting to use the connector double to see how that's going to fit into the build. The interesting part about our first like meta build using the motorcycle suspension is the fact that we brought the powertrain from the front through to the back, and then we translated from the back up to the front in order to achieve four-wheel drive, which I still am under the impression is I still believe that is the best way to achieve that. We've tried other builds in the past that have resulted in a lot of instability. Due to a center of mass that was too far back. So if your center of mass is too far back, you may think like, oh, that makes it really easy to turn. And yeah, it does. But the thing is, once you start turning, the front of your vehicle shifts to one side or the other, left or right. And then that center of mass is being, especially if you're in rear wheel drive, that center of mass is being thrust forward. So if you turn while accelerating, you immediately start spinning out. And that's what we want to avoid. Now, I don't actually want this to be connected here. So this is going to be the trick, right? the beauty of this is going to be the fact that this is all underneath here. Let's flip that. I don't think I mind. Well, again, if I flip that, no, because we're gonna need that to be there anyway. So it doesn't. It doesn't matter one way or another, because we're still gonna need this here anyway, unless we shift the whole thing out, in which case we're shifting the whole thing out. So it doesn't actually matter. As for getting a higher gear, this is simply 3 gear states, right? So I'm gonna need that's a 7. I need a 6. Yeah, that should be 1, 2. We need a 1 to 1, right? We have 2 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 1, and then that's 2 to 1 plus the planetary gear. When the center of mass is too much, in the front, it understeers, in the back, it oversteers. So the center of mass should be in the middle. Yes, you want your vehicle, your four-wheeled vehicle, to rotate around the center of mass in the which ideally would be directly in between, precisely in between the front wheels and the back wheels. For maximum control over the vehicle. And as for the center of downforce, that is completely dependent on like your wing placement and your speed and so on and so forth. Yeah, I really think we're gonna have to do it like, no, that's not it either. I think we still, yeah. Well, I could keep that flat or rotate it. I'm just thinking about the way that these are all connected. And this can't actually be here because that's going to block the engines. But this way we can access the bottom pegs, right? Like that. Yeah, as for getting these to be connected together, it is not cooperating. Trying to put those in there. So yes, I think I'm gonna have to delete these, put those there, place them back. And then we should be good. Now those have a peg in between them. So these are connected now. But yes, as for having a pin up top here, we can't do that because of the nature of the gear setup. And this gear ratio is fine, right? 2 to 1, 1 to 2. This is going to be the same. So what we really need is a 1 to 1. And I think given the nature of keep the gear shifter flat, connect them to the engines. Yeah. I'm thinking, though, I really like the idea of running a... I want this to be 1 to 1. I want an axis to come out right here. And I want this to be 1 to 1. Yeah. So this should be a 5-speed at this point, I think. 1 1 1 2 2 1 2 2. No, it'll be a 4. It'll be a 4-speed. Yeah. But that's the thing. Yeah, I could do that and then bring that all the way through. But the problem is then how do I connect this? This is something that you wouldn't have been able to do before, right? This right here, you wouldn't have been able to do this because that is one of the things that in my previous builds I was like, damn, I wish I could put this vertically and then run something through that. And then use the connector double. Yeah, putting them both standing makes sense too. like that. I think nesting them inside of the divot caused by the engines is going to be the way to go. Because at that point, what we can do is we don't even need... Well, then it gets to the point of, is it going to still rotate? We're going to have to find out, right? Like, if I do this... See, what I need, this is the beautiful, beautiful moment. I mean, we could do it the opposite as well. Yeah. Because as far as the profile of these goes, right? If we're getting into like the hardcore meta, putting them vertical, this gear right here, as far as the profile goes, is that high anyway. So if we're driving forward, any type of stuff that we build is going to have to clear this gear anyway, right? And unless we somehow devise another way to not have a... Like, I could... No, because 1-to-1, 1-to-1, we need the 2-to-1 and the 1-to-2. I don't think it matters, though. Like, even the 45 corner still has that high of a profile. So I'm not concerned about having them vertical. That's what I'm trying to say. Because having them stick up one more block, unless we do some elongated system where we have another planetary gear or reverse planetary gear, it's really about like sacrificing the extra block up here. If we get rid of this, then we're gonna have to make this longer in order to have really good gear ratios. That is the that is kind of what it comes down to. No, and you can't... So this radiator on the engine, the top of this engine, this is not a full block right here. You can't actually fit... If I wanted to try and fit an axis here, you can't go through that. You have to go on the outside of it. Trust, welcome. But yes, the as far as I can tell, at least in terms of my meta building, 4 PW Blaze engines for a total of, what is that? 220 horsepower? 55 times 4, 220? Yes. Is plenty. In terms of like going from 0 to 100 kilometers, turning around rapid turns, maneuvering in a race, that is enough horsepower. If you go for 6 of these, it starts getting a little bit more difficult, especially when you're using the motorcycle suspension. And the motorcycle suspension we're using because it's special, right? It's special because of the way that you input power into the suspension. Also, we've confirmed that it doesn't actually need to be connected by anything other than a single axis. You don't need to pin it, surprisingly. So we're taking all of that into account. I'm pretty sure 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is good. I think these ratios are good. Obviously, the only thing that stands out to me is this right here. But as far as the planetary gear goes, there is seemingly no way to structure this that doesn't involve a space up here due to the fact that the planetary gear takes up 1 space. And if we were to reverse these, this would clip into that. I think that's pretty good. Now, as for the rest of the structure of this thing, we've got this pin down here. The engines are both pinned through here, pinned together and then pinned on this side, which is then connected to these two here, which are then pinned together here. The question becomes, are these still going to rotate? I think what I can do... No, we can't do that there. I think these are going to rotate because it's only connected by a pin here and then by an axis which goes through here. No. Yes, because they're only connected on one side. That's kind of the whole thing. It's like, yeah, you need to connect them on both sides. I don't think this structure is exactly how we want it to be. I still think we're going to want... We're going to want them flat. And then we're going to want to find another solution to have this here. Because ideally, we want this to be as tightly connected as possible, such that we don't worry about any type of rotation. And that is probably going to be it, like that. Axis going through gear shift. I'm unsure. There might be a problem. I'm unsure what you mean. Pro 2000, welcome. Now, the interesting thing is, I suspect there's actually a way. If I don't do this, and I instead go with a triple peg and a beam, like that, that's all still nice and connected. And we get a free slot like that. I suspect we might not even need this thing out here. And all we really need right here is 3. You can power a gear shift through all 3 connections. Yeah, these gear shifts are all powered. Like, so just to give the general flow, these engines are going directly into this axis right here, which is then going through the planetary gear to get this last gear to a higher ratio, an even higher ratio, or just a different ratio at that point. So we have smoother gear transitions. And then it's coming up through here. The power is being translated between these 2 states. And then this is going back through this axis, which is then going into the second gear shifter, which then comes out the back here. So our power starts here, goes around, and then comes out here. And what I'm thinking about is, I suspect there's a way to just translate this axis's power directly into the motorcycle suspension. And I'm just thinking about it. Is it a 3? No, it's not. Okay, let's make that a 3. Let's convert this to 7. This only actually needs to be a 3 as well. A row of small gears? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. pretty much. Yeah, see, that's not gonna... They need to be side by side. That's kind of the problem. So I'm thinking this whole thing, we need to... You can stack motorcycle suspension on top of one another. That's kind of funny. I don't know about that. I think I like the idea much more. Something like that. That's going to lower our initial acceleration. And then it's also going to bring up the problem of... No, that's not a problem. If we do a 3 here, and then another connector there... A belt or something like that is missing in the game? Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, actually. Now, as for how the motorcycle suspension works, or any of the suspension, like, you can just pretend there's like a differential system in it. So it, like, even if one of them is spinning the opposite direction, it'll translate it to be in the same direction. And if we had to worry about that, it would be it would be problematic. It would make this game much more difficult, and the builds would be much more limited if you had to actually worry about the rotation. Like, which direction this thing is rotating. Like, I wouldn't be able to do this. Right? Because this is rotating counterclockwise. No, both of these are... Hold on. Am I being poo brain? It's moving too fast for me to really visualize it. No, I'm not being poo brain. They're moving in the same direction. Yeah, that wheelbase should be good. We are meta building. We are meta builders at this point. And for the perfect meta build, we need to get as much performance as we possibly can. Why is it janking out a little bit? See how the wheels are like janking out a little bit? I don't think it likes that. Huh. If we're meta building, then we're meta building. All right, let's see if this thing even drives or if it falls apart right as I take it out on the free drive. Oh, look at that. Yeah. All right, I know what we can do. We can flip. No, we can't. That's because of this, I'm pretty sure. What happens if I just get rid of that? That smoothed it out a little bit. I do like that it shows the current versus previous. That is very convenient. But then, yes, we drop off. We don't need that much force right in the beginning. What happens if I do this? Huh. That's a little bit smoother. Not really. Also, yeah, our center of mass is a little bit too far forward. Thing is, isn't this 1-to-1 anyway? So we have 1-to-1, 1-to-1. It's like it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, flipping the planetary gear. Nice new power curve. Thank you. I think we can translate. What is this, a 6? Can I put this here? Kinda. That still just isn't gonna. We're gonna have to make it longer. The way I had it was fine. Let's try. Let's try this. See how that feels. Yeah, not bad, but um it's a little bit too high on the low end, and then it gets into third, and then it's like we just lose it. See how low third is? At like 150 kilometers, yeah. Well, 120, really. Yes, that is the new map. That is the testing map. It really makes me wonder, like, if the planetary gear isn't necessary, can we just, like, what happens if we do this? Yeah, that severely limits our top speed, but yeah, see, we just don't have, there's no reason to even have that second shifter at that point. That's what it, that's pretty much what it achieves. Because of the state of those two at the bottom. Yeah, the planetary gear is necessary. Um, the problem is the center of mass is already slightly forward. So, as far as that goes, um, this is translating, no matter what position this is in, it's going to translate force into that. So what I think we do, let me just test by extending this out. That connection is very necessary. So I'm going to need something like this. But then I'm thinking, can't we just tuck that in over here? Because that's going to translate that anyway. Right? Yeah, move the rear wheels up. Tuck this in here. We are meta builders right now. We are meta building. And you may ask, why are we meta building? And the answer is obvious. Because we must. I really, really want to put a gear right here. That's clean. That's so clean. And then all I have to do is cram a planetary gear up in here. Oh, that's going to need to be a 3. At this point, it's like, okay, why do I have a 3 and a 3? Just make it a 7. Yes, a beam, not an axis. Yes. And then, well, that was kind of it, right? I wanted to cram a planetary gear in there, but I don't think we are going to be able to, given the fact that if we do that, no, maybe we do a 3 and a 3. I don't think we can afford to connect that there. Unfortunately. But then it's like, okay, if I have a planetary gear here, then the engine is right here. Right? So, yes, we need these to be 3s. That's not going to allow for it, no matter how I set it up. So, yes, the reality is that's cool. That works. But if that's going to be our 2-to-1, 1 to 2, 2 to 1, then yes, I think this is going to need to be a 7. This is going to need to be a 3. And I think this is where we're going to need to put the planetary gear. As for connecting these, oh, that's not actually connected in that. So that can't be like that. Oh, but these can go, hold on. I don't know. So if I put a 3 here, and then a connector here, that's probably gonna jank everything out. We don't want everything to be janked out. We want things to be not janked out. All right, the way this is connected is why I had this vertically. It's gonna have to be a 4 even. No, maybe it is a 3. Yeah, from this angle, it does not want to. It does not want to give it to me. There we go. That should be good. I'm gonna need to do that. Pretty sure no matter how I reconfigure it, it's gonna require one of them be vertical. Now, why is the acceleration so high? Yeah, that doesn't change anything. That, see, the way that whole thing is set up, that pretty much has to be like that. Because the gear medium spans out 2 blocks. Weird. Yeah, but that's just going to be identical then. And then it's like, okay, do I put a freaking planetary gear up here? Is that going to... That's a little bit smoother. We might need a planetary gear up top. I think we're going to have to do that. Wait, we only have 2 gears? How is that possible? How do we only have 2 gears? Oh. Maybe because of that? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why do we have 2 gears? Because this should be alone 1, 2. So that's 2. 3. We should at least have 3 gears. Because this is 1-to-1. Dude, I don't know at this point. Crazy how we like almost immediately flip over when we turn without any downforce. That's actually kind of a good sign. Let's just flip this thing just to see what it does. That's not what we want. What if I put this whole thing through a planetary gear? It's not gonna fit in the current state because of how I have it structured. Or what we could even do is put like a planetary gear in between the two. Regardless, we're gonna need, let me see, where did I put the planetary gear in this thing? Well, with this thing, we have a 3-gear shifter, right? We go 1-to-1, 3-to-1, but then we go back to 1-to-1. It doesn't actually make sense, right? This gear state, no, it does, because this is through a planetary gear. Exactly. Yeah, so this is through a planetary gear 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and then just raw 1-to-1. Yeah. That's why. And we extended this all the way out from here in order to have this there. Huh. Could do that again, honestly. Yeah, as for having a gear shift 3, I could rebuild it with a gear shift 3. Well, at this point, it's because there's no, yeah, I wonder. What's that? 3, let's make that 5. Interesting. That smoothed it out. But our acceleration curve is lower now. I know what I can do to fix that. Wait, why do we only have 2 gears again? That makes no sense, man. If I flip this, what happens? Wait, is that... What? Why does flipping this do nothing? Oh, because we're just doing the reverse of this over here. I really think you only want 1 planetary gear. I need a gear shifter 3. This needs to be a gear shift 3. I'm roasted. We're just going with a gear shift 3. We're roasted. We're going with a gear shift 3. That's going to be the last position, like that. From the planetary between the gears, on the gear shift. Yes. So, yes. I mean, here again, it depends. If I want this to be longer, that's so crazy. This planetary gear doesn't change. It barely changes it at all. Yeah. This is 1-to-1 right here. This is 2-to-1, right? I don't know. Yeah, our center of mass is definitely forward. Yeah, now we need. I don't know. I'm getting hung up on the gear ratios. I've completely stopped commentating on like what my thought process is. Uh I'm just trying different combinations. I don't know exactly why. If this is 1 to 3 or 1 to 1 and 2 to 1, then why, if I have this running through this planetary gear, we can move it back. That's fine. Like that. I still don't understand why our acceleration is 34 meters per second squared. Yeah, at that, in this state, it's not connected to anything. We need, so what we need, the ratio we need is 1 to 1 going through this. And the way we get that is by, I think we have to add another space. Yeah, but then that goes through that. And I think regardless of how I have this set up, this is why, so in this build, this is why we have this here. Because then we can get the 1-to-1 on the end through the planetary gear, and then we go 2-to-1, 1-to-1 without the planetary gear. Right? So ideally, on this, all we would have is a setup like this. We do something like that. I just think the whole way that this is structured, I just can't actually do what I've been trying to do for the past however long. This is going to need to be like that. This can go through here. Yeah, technically that can go through there, but let me just get this set up. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Except this whole thing is not actually connected. And that is the trick. The great thing is we can use this to create like a spoiler system. But then, yes, all of these would have to be moved back one to make space for this connection, right? And this has to get connected through there. What is this, a 4? Make that a... No, that has to be a 7. I mean, ideally, we would just make it like a... Yeah, no, that can be a 7. No, it has to be a 6, right? Six. And then we need to connect. No, it actually does need to be a 5. Connect the turn connector here. And then make a 2 right there. That way, these are connected from one end to another through this shifter, which is then connected to the rest of everything. But we don't want this to translate force into this, so we use the turn connector. I think that is why we were having issues before. But yeah, all of this is going to rotate. And now part of me is like, okay, if I do this instead, because I can just increase the length of this, right, to a 6. No, hold on. That's not what I want to do. Well, what I want to do is I want to flip. I want to flip this whole thing so that I can actually connect this to this without needing to go too far out of my way. And I think as far as these go, we're going to need these. We're going to need this. Given the different combinations that I have tried, we are not going to be able to get a connection to what we need a connection to because of the nature of the connectors in the game. There is no 90-degree corner connector as of this time in the game. So we are going to need to make sure that this is a... No, we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to need these to be connected to one another in a stack. I think in this case, I'll just use beams. And yes, we can keep it the way we were going here. But yeah, if we want a planetary gear, we're going to need it to be on the back end. And we're going to want it to be... I don't think these are going to be connected if I just do 3 and 3 here. Oh, they are. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why our acceleration... Ah, that's why. Because I was flipping that. No, that didn't change it. I think it has something to do with the fact that this is starting in that position. No, that shouldn't be a problem. This shouldn't be a problem. This is two different gear states. This is not the problem. What we need are more gear states that are not similar to these two gear states. And the problem is that, yes, this needs to be moved back. And this needs to be turned into a 1 to 3 or a 1 to 2. But yes, now all of these have to be connected. And I think we can fit a connector directly to... Let me just put an axis here for now. Oh, that's so weird. Wait, what? Oh, that wasn't actually... Hold on. This wasn't actually connected, that's why. Needs to be a 4. Huh? Okay. Ah, we have something. Something that's starting to look decent. Center of mass is pretty much directly between the two. Welcome back, Truss. We are slowly but surely getting this to function as intended. We hard cap at like 280. That's fine. As long as we can get up to 250, we're good. Rarely are you ever going to need to go above 250 for a prolonged period of time. Now, here's the great thing. So I can put... Well, it depends. Where do I want the downforce on this thing? That is the question. And I think like right around here should be okay. I don't think we can put 2 of these in a row. No, you can't. They have to be one space away from one another. We could probably bring them in a little bit. It's a little bit too... This thing is not 4-wheel drive either. We need to make it... We're going to have to modify it to make it 4-wheel drive. But given the current setup of the gears, it should be okay. We had to set the gears up properly first. Making it 4-wheel drive is not nearly going to be as difficult. But we are going to make it 4-wheel drive. And this is starting to feel pretty good. Oh wait, yeah it is. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no, it is four-wheel drive. What am I talking about? Yeah, this thing is four-wheel drive. I want to bring these wings somehow inward. I think we can bring them upward and inward by instead rotating these like so. We want this to be as tight as possible. I don't want the wings to be sticking out to the sides. Because ultimately, we are going for the ultra meta build. And if we're going for the ultra meta build, then we need to do everything we can to make it as good as possible. Slightly leaning to the right, so there's something... If I just drive straight, it's leaning to the right. There's something incorrect. I don't know exactly what it is. We're gonna have to just take our time. But it is leaning to the right. And we have run into a problem similar to this before. I doubt it's the turbos. Like, the turbos, I don't think have that much impact. But we will make them face outward like that. Something free rotating. Quite possibly. Yeah, those are threes. This is hard connected in the center. Like, we're good. I could do an extra connection that I see just to get another connection in. The problem is, if I do that, no, we're good. We're good. Let me get rid of these wings quickly. Solidify the core of the build. All right, that might help connect some stuff that wasn't connected before. We'll see. What's weird is it's happening only at higher speeds. Like at below 100 kilometers, I'm getting like none. Let me see. Let me take a closer look. Is anything rotating? I don't see any rotation up front. Yeah, I'm not sure. We will find it though, but I will be right back. One sec. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it's going to take some close evaluation as to understand why this is leaning to one side. But we will figure it out. I suspect it has to do with the torque of the engine. And if I do something like this, we may have I think I could just do this. Well, wouldn't that just be the same? Yeah. See, what I'm trying to get is, oh, I see these aren't actually connected right here. That is just a double up of the same thing. So making sure that the motorcycle suspension is actually connected with a proper pin. Let's get rid of the wings come last, right? The wings come last. They also are adding unnecessary complexity. And if we're going to be trying to find the issue, then we don't want that added complexity. So let's get rid of the wings. I connected these two in front. I connected, so there's no way to connect them here because the planetary gear is right there. Otherwise, the only connection they have is to this axis through this beam, which is then connected to another axis. I think this entire thing, this whole thing is not connected here. Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh, see, but that's the thing, right? This goes up 2. So that's why we have a 3 and a 1 and a 3, because that goes up 1 to connect to that. But then it begs the question if that's just connected. Yeah, but this is connected through here, which then goes through the gear shifter, which is then connected by pins to the rest of the chassis. That whole thing in the bottom was not actually connected. So what I could do is I could make this a 3 and connect this to this all the way underneath, like so. And that might provide some additional stability. We did drop from S plus to S. Oh, now we have something. The two side pieces are rotating. As to why, I do not know. I'm pretty sure it's this right here. We might have to. Well, here's the thing. Matthew, welcome back. I do like the idea of having this be solid. Because at the end of the day, the engines go that low anyway, right? The engines go that low anyway. So putting that down there is not going to mess with the clearance. The only problem is then we run into the issue of how do we connect that 3 to all of those here? And I really think, yeah, we're going to need to go with a 9. Pretty much 2 9s. I don't know how else I would connect these. It's getting a little bit ridiculous, though. A 4 connector would be nice. It would be nice. Yeah, well, that solved it. We're driving in a perfectly straight line. And as far as that power curve goes, we're good. As to why we dropped from S plus to S, I have no idea. Now, one thing I'm going to check is whether we need that connection there. Leaning to the left a little bit. No, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. So, as far as that connection goes, that added stability, I think, is actually necessary. I even wonder, like, did we just go... Wait, can I put something here? Oh, okay. That might be a little bit cleaner. Why do you have so much power? We don't have that much. We're at 220 horsepower, which is a good amount. It's a good amount, but it's not, it doesn't feel like a lot. Making this stick out like that is not, I don't want the profile of this to get much wider than the wheels. So that's not ideal, but oh, we're back up to S plus all of a sudden. I'm building a 445 horsepower car. Nice. Yeah, see how we're leaning to the left? I think it might have something to do with the downforce. Take the wings off and do exactly the same thing. It's the downforce. We took the wings off and now we're perfectly fine. Nice. All right, so in hindsight, we don't need to worry about that at all. As for making it a little tighter and a little bit cleaner, let's add a 2 connector here. Let's test that. Oh, we're back down to S now. No idea. Just kind of like hang out. We're gonna have to figure out a way to get downforce on this thing that doesn't cause it to lean. We don't want any leaning. We want perfectly straight at max speed. So there's a slight slant in the wing. If that's the case, then I guess that's what we have to deal with. As to why it keeps jumping from S plus to S, no idea. Yeah, this doesn't seem necessary, but unfortunately, it is. What we could do is connect this and this. I think that would be a pretty good connection. When do you think they're going to release a new engine? Oh, I have no idea. I think we have pretty good variability. Downforce for the plus. Maybe. It did change when we got rid of the downforce. So that would indeed make sense. Yes. So, yes. Trust, you are 100% correct. Let's take this to the island. The downforce increases your rating. That cornering ability is solid. We lack horsepower, but I really still am a firm believer in the 4 PW 1220 horsepower meta build. Yeah, it feels okay. What's the next car you're gonna make? Well, I'm still refining this. I am gonna break the sound barrier. And we're gonna do so by getting the Carbon 1B Dragster on the workshop. Made by White Dwarf 1011. And we are going to break the sound barrier. Make your own supersonic car. Given the fact that, and I'm going to be brutally honest, given the limitations of the building in this game, I am not going to sit there doing fans over and over again. Big respect to White Dwarf 1011 for building this thing. This monstrosity. But yes, I am not going to I'm not gonna sit there doing fan blades like that over and over again. Like until they add like some type of blueprint system or yeah. All right. Oh my, oh my. All right, countdown time. 3, 2, 1. Oh! What? What? Wait, did we break the sound barrier? I didn't hear anything. What even? I don't even know. I don't think we broke the sound barrier. All right, let's try again. We crashed to the side, so if I angle myself like this, it might be a little better. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. We're flying. Oh, there was the sound. That was the sound. Hold on. If I time my... There we go. Yes. This thing is ridiculous. Oh wait, is my my desktop audio is off. Hold on. Can you hear the game right now? Oh, when I plugged in my... Hold on. Yeah, when I plugged in my game, when I plugged in my controller, it cut the game audio. I'm gonna have to restart. Hold on. Yeah, when I'm building, it's not really noticeable because I'm building. But when I'm actually in game, it there's a bug in the game where if I plug in my controller, am I getting I'm still not getting desktop audio. Hold on. It must be something like weird with Linux. No, you know what it is? It's actually probably an OBS bug. Let me see if that works. Yeah. So OBS defaulted my audio to something else. Oh my. That's the second time that's happened with this game. It's never happened with any other game. When I plug in my controller, it changes my audio device. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, also, I think it messed up the... All right, we should be good. I should have audio now, and the game should be displaying properly. All right, let's break the sound barrier again. The sound is pretty hilarious. It kind of just sounds like a cannon sound. Oh my, I can't turn at all. All right, here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 1468. That's the sound it makes. It just keeps making the sound over and over again. That's hilarious. I have no idea what's happening now at this point. Yes, please, if you're watching and you don't hear the game audio, you don't hear any engine sounds, please let me know, because I will fix it. That's the second time this has happened. It is not intentional. Like, I do intend to have my game audio on. But there's a weird bug that happens when I plug my controller in. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the downforce. The lean to one side has something to do with the downforce and the motorcycle suspension. But yeah, if I get more downforce on this thing, I think we're getting close to it. This feels like the Alpha Meta Mark IV. We need downforce on the front wheels. That's what we need. Yeah, that right there is, we need downforce on the front wheels. And I think the best way to get downforce on the front wheels is going to be, well, we could extend these out. Like if I do this, right? I don't think it's gonna like, I think that's gonna be too low. Yeah. It doesn't, it's not gonna like that. We're gonna need to do something like this. The carbon wings are much better than the downforce wings because they weigh, what is that? Like 1/20th the amount? And they provide even more downforce. I might just put these in alignment in the back. We are S plus now. Apologies, I was just checking something. Oh, that's a lot of frontal downforce. Yeah, so that's happening. That spin out, yeah, I'm glad I checked my desktop audio. That did happen one time before. And last time it happened, I vowed to check my desktop audio. And alas, I forgot. Oh, what is that puddle there? Is that new? That's new right there. Yeah, this water right here, I don't remember being here. Did they increase the water level? Yeah, because these are in alignment, they are not as effective. In our previous meta build, we had something like that. It's getting pretty close. Once we get the downforce dialed in, this may be a worthy successor to the Alpha Meta Mark IV. Given the fact, due to the changes, directly due to the changes of the update from yesterday. This thing is feeling pretty good. Oh, and it saved it. It saved it right there. feeling pretty good. Oh, and it can survive those bumps there. This is good. This is pretty good. Oh, that turn radius at about 100 is amazing. I wonder if we can get the wings one lower. It is leaning to the right again. Yeah, I don't know if they introduced a bug with the wings, but when I have no downforce, I know it's the wings. It's not my build. I'm leaning to the right now, yeah. Maybe I took damage. Let's respawn. It was happening earlier though. There has to be something. There has to be something out of alignment. I don't know, because it happens only when I have downforce. Oh, that's already a 3. We're not going to be able to extend that up. That means that this is going to have to be, both of these are going to have to be 3s. And then we can put a 3 beam on top like that. Oh, but then that's also a problem. Because if all of those are 3s and this needs to get connected here, then we're probably going to need to run an axis through all of these. That should be okay. It shouldn't rotate. Huh. Yeah, this seems unnecessary now. No, it's not unnecessary because we need this to be connected up top. This is looking similar to the Abomination Mark 1. Bobbert, welcome back. How's the new keybinds? I haven't messed with the stepper motors yet. What I've been spending a lot of time on this stream is getting this meta build up to where we want it to be. But I'm running into this weird issue with the downforce wings. And I don't know if anyone else has been having the same issue, but I've been getting like lean. It's like I'm leaning to the right constantly, right? And I know it's the wings because if I just take the wings off and I free drive, we get no downforce, but more importantly, I get no lean. So I know it's the wings. There's something going on with specifically, I'm pretty sure the carbon wing. It could be all of the downforce wings, I'm not sure. Let's try it with these. The interesting thing about the regular downforce wings is that you can use them because they weigh 2 kilograms to help shift your center of mass slightly. But yeah, if anyone else has been experiencing that, let me know. It could just be this build. I'm gonna check my previous builds and see if it's doing it. Oof, no downforce on the front. I'm gonna check my guaranteed stable alpha meta build. And if I get lean with this thing, then it's not my build. Nope, it's my build. It's something to do with my build. Yeah. No, it's definitely just me. Gonna be tough to figure out. So it's definitely not the carbon wings. We just found that out. Downforce and suspension. Yeah, the thing is we just tested the Alpha Meta Mark IV, which you can tell just looking at it, right? Like they're very, very similar in design. There's something about this that is causing some weird lean to happen. But importantly, it's important to recognize that it doesn't happen when I don't have downforce. That's what's important to recognize. Weight imbalance? No, our center of mass is actually almost perfect, I feel like. It happens specifically... I'm going to convert these to... Let's stop with that. However that was set up. And let's convert these to pins. Maybe we can sneak a carbon wing in here. Oh. See, what I really want is to get these down here. But I don't think it's going to be possible. Trying to think if I put a beam here, 3 beam, bring this down here, do a crossbar like that. Nope, still doesn't. That's too much. It doesn't want to do the reverse. I think it may be torque. Leaned the other way when I added another set of gears. maybe it only happens when I have downforce wings. Like I can take all the wings off, go at 270 kilometers an hour, and I get no lean at all. So I suspect if I had to guess with at least this build, I suspect it's something to do with the way that those were connected. Now, let's test that with just these two carbon wings in the back. Why didn't you put the gear shift 3 flat? Because we couldn't connect it otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, so it was how we had our wings connected before. If I put this flat, the gear shift 3 flat, there is a gear running through here, which you can't really see. It's kind of hard. That goes through it into another gear on the other side through a turn connector. The turn connector doesn't allow the rotation to be translated, but it connects the two of them together through this and then out through there. Given the nature of needing that to go through there in order to clear up space for the planetary gear, and so on and so forth and so on. That's why. Yeah. Because otherwise, if we have it flat, there is no way along this bar right here, right, this axis, to get something in there to keep those together that doesn't involve building another block out and then having to take up more slots to get the planetary gear in there. So that is, at least in this build, as to why I did that. Also, it is a direct use of the new update in the sense that you couldn't do this before. You wouldn't have been able to do that before. Because this block, right here, used to be blocked. You could use a 7-beam instead of the 2-beam. See, that is the interesting part, Ligma. Both of these don't actually translate the force between them, right? We don't want these to actually connect here, because this one is getting a certain force, right? And then this one over here is getting another force. If this bar was the same, then it would directly translate this into that directly into the wheels, but we want it to go through the gear shift 3. That's the interesting part. So now transmissions can be more compact. Exactly. Because you can like run things through the gear shifters. Also, I think I will make this all just 3s and make this into a cube. A connected cube. That might just add unnecessary weight though. I don't know. Does feel like it's going to be more stable doing that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The developers made some very good changes. Yeah, that's not going to help us. I've never really messed with these laser cuts, and I feel like I want to start messing with them. I don't know if this build is the time to do it, but I definitely want to mess with these. See, this is what I want to avoid doing, right? I want to basically connect the carbon wings directly to this thing, but it's not going to like it. So what I really have to do is even simpler. No, it still does not like that. And that's kind of wherein lies the problem, because if I do one of these, and then I do one of these, and I do one of these and these, and then I extend it all the way out, that's not where I want these to be, right? That might be okay. But if we bring them in closer, then they're going to need to be higher up. There's no way to have them here unless we completely change this entire connection here, which is probably what I'm going to actually need to do. This entire connection I think needs to be rethought. Turbo Crash, welcome. Go up by 1? Yes. Yes. I believe that would be possible. I'm thinking, though, that I have to bring it... I really don't want to put anything on the ends of these because the profile is already so clean. I think we can just do this. We create a new spot. What happens if I do... Because if I do this and then that extends it out by 3. What if I do this and then that? It extends it out by 2. Right? There we go. Yeah, using the new piece, the connector double is actually very nice. I'm wondering if we shift it forward by one and then over another. Let's see what happens. Like connecting it here. I just want to test to see if it'll even let us do that. Oh, it does. It's kind of getting a little bit jank with how we have this connected. But we are going for the ultra meta build. And the ultra meta build may require a little bit of jank. David, welcome back. Oh, oversteer. And we lost it. Did, well, the downforce that we have on the back. That's a 3. This is a 2 and a 1. That has to be connected. Now, is there a way to connect it that involves... maybe I keep that. Can I just... Can I just do this? Kind of janky. But look, it doesn't want to go in there. Yeah. We're going to need to find a way. We're going to have to go up one. Yeah. Yeah, so I know. This is a 4. So I'm going to replace that with a 5. Oh, are we going to be able to find it again? Yes. And then this is a 2, so we will replace it with a 3. And we'll put a beam here. Connector. Beam here. Connector here. Oh, we got it. Nice. We got it. You lose a decent chunk of efficiency by having the wings close to other pieces. Yes, you do. In your build, you can put the gear shift 3 flat. You just have to replace the 2 beams that are next to the engines by beam 7 long. Oh, you're talking about the 2 beams. Oh, yes. See, that's another interesting thing about the build. Let me just test this. I know what you're talking about, and I did try that. The fact that I know what you're talking about... I'll explain why. The back, look at that jank. Look at the back wing jank. Oh, like messing with the downforce. Yeah, so that doesn't like being connected only by 2 axes in a row. But yes, so you're talking about these... Wait, what beams are you talking about? You just have to replace the 2 beams times 3 that are next to the engines. Oh, these? Replace this with a beam 7. And then you can put it flat. Oh, I see what you mean. These two here. Yeah. This and this. That doesn't even... Does that even need to be a beam 7? Couldn't that just be a beam 5? Yeah, this back wing is janking out. As for putting this flat... That should work. Yeah. Indeed, indeed. I found out why mine was flipping. I had an axle and gears not connected. Yeah. That does happen quite a bit in this game. Now I'm confused as to why these two axles are janking out when they're going through a beam. And they're also going through 2 more beams, which are then connected by pins. As for why they're janking out, the world may never know. If I put another, what is this, a 3? These are already 3s, though. That's the problem. These can be made 3s. Wait, does that need to be a 3? Hold on. Yeah, it does. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Yeah, having these two stick out is not gonna help when it comes to... So this is what needs to be made longer. This needs to be a 6. There we go. And then if I just put a beam here... Oh my god, man. I can't get it in this spot here, and it's just not... There we go. Just like have to go inside of it to get it to go. Alright, maybe that'll stop it from janking out. Nope, still janking out. That's crazy. That's crazy that that's janking out on the back. Look at it bugging. That's kind of funny. Oh, the whole left side of the vehicle just fucking flew off. That was crazy. Yeah, why this is janking, the world may never know. It's because it's two axes. You're going into 2 pins. I get it. I know. I get it. But still. This is the chassis here. This is the chassis connection. This thing is like free floating, kind of. The weird thing is that if we don't put the downforce on this, this doesn't jank out. It has to do with the downforce being put on this. That's why it's janking out. Yeah, this whole thing is not actually going to work. We're going to have to do something like... Does that make any sense doing this? No, that's not going to work. I had it for a second. See, we need this except opposite. Yeah, now I don't know how is this even connected now. Yeah, those need to be there. The 6. Yeah, making these go through doesn't actually provide any stability. We need to go in from underneath. The 3. I'll make this a 2 again. Making this longer doesn't actually provide any stability, unfortunately. I think what I'm gonna do is add the split above the suspension on the sides. If I make this, I think I know kind of what you're talking about. There are multiple ways to do this. I'm trying to make it, like, as clean as possible. Now, that needs to be a 3. A 3. A 3. That has to be connected on the bottom there, because that is providing that with stability. All right, that should no longer jank out now. Use the H-shape beam? We haven't used it yet. We haven't actually used the H-shape beam. That would be interesting. This thing is starting to feel pretty good. It is 4-wheel drive, by the way. And we are optimizing it. Oh, what is this? Why did the water level increase? I think the devs increased the water level slightly. And it like created these puddles around the map. It's kind of funny. Don't forget a couple wings in the middle. I'm feeling it out. If we don't need extra wings, I do agree that downforce on the center of mass wouldn't be a bad thing. But too much downforce is gonna mess with the top speed. Oh, there go a whole bunch of pieces. It's because of the new map? Yeah, there's something weird in the build mode where, like, if you go high enough in the build mode, you can actually see the new map. Yeah, this thing is actually feeling good now. Is it as good as the Alpha Meta Mark IV? Maybe. Turbo bug fixed already? Yeah. Devs found out about that bug and rapidly worked on getting it resolved. Yeah, this thing feels pretty good. Most importantly, backflip. We can get legit world records now. I mean, they didn't reset the leaderboards. I mean, as far as my opinion goes, in terms of the leaderboards, because so many unconventional means have been used, yeah, this can just be a 3. I don't know. Does this weigh the same amount as a 3? No. 3-pin is 1.5. Connector double is 2. That makes sense. Mario, welcome. Is it possible to make active wings? It helps you with braking. Yes, it is possible. The thing with wings already, though, there's a drag reduction system as well, where like you can set it so you can press a button if you're going over a certain speed to lower your wings so you don't experience drag. But yes, if you program a stepper motor to rotate based on whether you press A or D, you can actually use arrow turning. And as you mentioned, arrow braking as well. I could work on that. It's a little bit, so working with the stepper motors is always a little bit interesting. I do want to try something like that. So like, if I have a stepper motor here, and a stepper motor there, let's do it with the downforce one. And I make this rotate A and D. I'll try to do just something basic. If that's going to be negative 90, no, we want this to be, so if that's going to rotate it, it's going to rotate in the opposite direction. So this is going to be negative. I'm pretty sure this is going to be negative 90. We'll find out very shortly. No, you can't. So you can't connect the stepper motor without making a proper connection. They just rotate in place. Also, I think, yeah, connecting it to the motorcycle suspension as well. You need them to be connected by a pin to the chassis, and then you can make it so they rotate. D, A, I don't know if that's positive. It really depends on the way we set up the hinge connector. The hinge connectors with the stepper motors seem to work as intended. Here's the thing, though. I don't want it to be rotating in that direction. How much do these things weigh? Because if they weigh 10 kilograms, I don't know. The thing is, like, arrow turning, I definitely want to get something like this to work, just to try and get something, to get the proof of concept down. I'll do something like this, right? We'll try something with it. This is mapped to D, this is mapped to A. I need it to be set to be hold key down, and I need these to be the reverse. I think the complete opposite. Negative 90. I could also just program them to be the opposite key as well. Just for proof of concept, right? Yeah, this is going to be A. So we want the one on the right to be the other key. What? I have this program to D for looking forward with the vehicle. I have this programmed to D, this programmed to A, and when I press D, both of them go up. When I press A, both of them go up. And you can even see my wheels turning. So as far as that goes, that is not what I want. So let's try Q and E then. Okay, E works. Q and E do work. Because I think it is possible to make one activate at a time when you drive fast right corner. Yes, exactly. So like if I want to turn right or left, it causes drag on one side of the vehicle. And you can see like it makes my vehicle turn. I'm just air turning right now. Right? If I go down the straight, it only works at high speed though. So like E and then Q, right? Right and then left. So yes, it does indeed work. Proof of concept proven. The servos are still bugged though. I could not bind them to AMD, unfortunately. But yes, that is the proof of concept. But again, I mean, it was pretty clear, like, you're not going to get good turning from that unless you're going very fast. Right? Damn, why is my frame rate struggling right now? That's like the first time I've seen my frame rate dip below 80. This thing feels nice. We are starting to like this. It's feeling like the alpha meta, except slightly better. But yes, aero braking in this game is possible. Is it feasible? Not necessarily. Again, it only provides a very small amount of turning at high speeds. That's about it. That's about it. Switch over to controller. Yeah, I don't know why that bug happens where it cuts my game audio when I switch to my controller. Sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes. This is four-wheel drive. That's decent torque on the low end. How much, you can check the power curve while you're driving now. It's actually really nice. See, right when we're turning in like a hard dirt turn, we're hitting like the top of that power curve, right? See that? That's what you want. That is what you want. You want your power curve to line up right with your turn speed. That's like what I think drift cars, like when you're tuning a drift car, you want your power curve to be right there. Now, there is traction control baked into the game. Like, I can't spin the wheels out, which you kind of have to work around a little bit. Did they fix the camera? No, unfortunately, there is no camera fix. At the beginning of the video, I went over the patch notes. Can you try the queen race? I might do the mud bowl. The queen race is pretty long, and there's a lot of room for error. We'll try the mud bowl a little bit. I'm not trying to stress about beating PBs right now. And we lost a wheel, but if you saw, we were 1.5 on top of our PB. So this thing is cooking right now. No thanks to my driving skill, this thing is cooking. It is pure machine right now. Yeah, if you hit those barrels, you just get wrecked. Like, you can't cut those barrels. Everyone knows the Mud Bowl race is the true test of... Yeah, that barrel just slams your wheel off, man. It is a wooden barrel. Come on. Is it filled with concrete? It definitely feels like it's filled with concrete. Even the concrete poles, no, they did. The concrete poles break your wheels as well. I'm trying to cut corners and I'm just getting my wheels broken over and over again. That is why you don't cut corners. The concrete poles and the barrels will blow your wheels off. The meta builds feel like they're made of paper sometimes, yeah. I don't know if there's like HP, like a damage. We'll try to be a little bit more careful. This thing is cooking, it is cooking. The Street Master, the Dirt Master, dude, even the freaking orange cones, man, come on. Even the orange cones will break your wheels off. The Dirt Master Pro. Yeah, that was bad. Dude. I feel like, did they increase damage or something? Or did I just get bad? This is why I don't test PBs like when I'm not driving well. I'm just gonna race it out, dude. I don't care. Yeah, I've been able to cut those corners in the past without my wheels getting blown off. Make a front wing to protect the wheels? That may actually be a good meta strat. Because cutting the corners on this track is definitely how people are getting insane times. The parts do have HP? Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And it feels like everything does collision damage. Like, we should be able to cleanly cut through that. There we go. Well, we shaved off 1.5. So we did get a new PB. 60th place, not bad. Top 100 on Mud Bowl is not bad. This thing is feeling clean. Like, doing that Mud Bowl race, getting our PB, this is feeling pretty clean. I don't know if... So, adding wings, there's no HP. Like, clearly the wheel with the... Yeah, there is armor. There is technically armor in the game. The armor is actually very heavy, though. Now, is the meta to just armor up the front of your vehicle and plow through everything and cut every corner? Maybe. I really did want to get a more powerful quadcopter build going. But this build in its current state, being the one who created it and being the one who just spent like a solid hour earlier in the stream trying to refine it, make it more powerful and more maneuverable, like there is a hard limit on... did we get that one there? There is a hard limit on the balance between maneuverability... Ah, lilac color. We're searching for secret colors now. There really is a hard balance between maneuverability and power. So, this thing... This is on the workshop. It's the Mayfly. That's what I called it. Did we get that flag? Yeah, we did. But as for making this more maneuverable, that's going to be difficult. We got that one. The colors have like this greenish glow around them. Yeah, like that. I think, yeah, we got that one. I don't know, do they disappear? Man, the camera is the final boss in this game. I joke about that. The camera is the final boss. And building aircraft in this game is the end game. If you're at the point where you're building aircraft in this game and you're fighting the camera to like understand where you're going while you're flying, you are in the end game and you are fighting the final boss. That is the truth. But yeah, if you haven't flown this quadcopter yet, it is on the workshop. It is called the Mayfly. It is very maneuverable. And I think there is a potential... Did we get that one? I think there is a potential to get... Like, if you can control this thing really, really well... Yeah, we got this one. If you can control this thing really, really well, you could actually do races with this and potentially get insane times. The point A to point B races, definitely. That's how people are getting the insane times on point A to point B races. Did we get this thing? If you were wondering, like, how did someone get from this side of the map to that side of the map? Ooh, summer green. Very nice. Yes, the devs said they added some summer themed colors. There's one of them. We are doing some aerial reconnaissance right now. Fighting the final boss in the game, which is the camera. So, to clarify, like, I joke about that. The way the camera works in this game is it goes in whatever direction you're moving. And there is an orbital camera. I know. I've used it. It doesn't work very well, unfortunately. I think we got that one already. You use the mouse to kind of aim where you're looking, and you rotate by using it. Cork orange. Very nice. Yeah, you need to get pretty close to those. So it did disappear. There was another one that I was suspecting, like, oh, those should disappear when you get them. I don't think we got close enough before. But we have just learned that, yes, they do disappear when you pick them up. And if it's not disappearing, then that means you have not gotten close enough to it. Yeah, that flag is blue over there. And I did learn that the reason we didn't have 100% in the career mode is because, yes, I had not found all of the colors yet. There is an exploration element to the career mode. There's also no FOV slider, so if I wanted to up my field of view, that would be not possible in the current state of the game, unfortunately. As far as I can tell. Maybe someone can prove me wrong on that, but maybe I could go into the game files. I don't know. There might be something inside of those towers. Given the fact that I can't actually see inside of the towers. Barrel roll. Can you make a car, but only with a propeller-powered rotor? No power to wheels. Yeah, so there are vehicles like that in the game. I personally have not made one. The one that I used on stream was made by a player, White Dwarf 1011. Oh, there's another one. Wait, what? We flew right through it. Did we have to, like, stop on it? And we broke the sound barrier with it earlier in the stream. And that's actually how I learned that my game audio was off. Yeah, this one. So I was wondering... I think it was this one. Why is this one not disappearing? The camera is the final boss. Yeah, I'm right on this thing. Some of them disappear and some of them don't, I guess. Yeah, I also made a air plant too. Yeah, you must not, like, this one must not disappear. Like, we're right next to it. I'll try to go into it. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But, no, we've gotten so close to it. Like, come on. Come on. That's another thing with the flight in the game. If you're close to the ground, yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. So if I mean, we can hop in our vehicle. I'm gonna drive straight into it. It's by the bridge. Just to confirm. But I don't think that this one is actually disappearing. Yeah, no, it's not. So we've gotten this one before. But this one doesn't disappear. They disappear when you drive, but if you go back in the building, they all reappear. Oh, they've got to figure that one out. Must definitely look into streams from you. Oh, yeah. I have over 60 hours in this game. I highly recommend checking out my previous live streams, which are all on YouTube. My live streams of this game detail my experience from the start before I knew anything about this game. Up to the point where I'm now meta building ridiculously maneuverable aircraft and ground vehicles. Yeah, we got that one up there for sure. I was wondering if, like, maybe there was one inside of one of these houses. Ah! Cherry red. There is one inside of this house. I was suspicious. There's not one inside of this one, though. There's a map on Steam. Yeah, the problem is, at this point, like, how am I supposed to know which ones I've got? I appreciate you letting me know that. Like, maybe there's a way to check, like, which colors I'm missing? Can you build the littlest car possible? We've seen a couple builds like that. I could. I'm really liking this meta build that I'm, like, nailing down, which is pure four-wheel drive. Yeah, we've definitely got all these. There isn't one in here. There's one down there. We probably got that one already. Yeah, I don't even know what our career percentage is at this point. I do know that we've gotten gold on every single map at this point. I have not messed with the tech tree, and if I'm being brutally honest, the tech tree is a little bit underwhelming. And honestly, like, I understand why people were so intent on making their voice heard with regard to the tech tree. But when I hear tech tree, I think, okay, I did this race, I got a certain amount of research points for the tech. Let me invest those research points in like a specific tree so I can mainline all the way down to the whatever this is, the part beam edge 3x5, right? Like, if I wanted to just meta straight down to this and ignore everything else, that's what a tech tree implies in my mind. Now, as far as I understand this tech tree, it's very similar to the linear progression of the regular career mode, which is why I was a little bit confused as to why people were complaining about it. Because in this mode, you unlock chests, which encourages you to explore the map. And then you also get specific things by doing certain races. So it ensures that, like, yeah, you're trying all of the content and you unlock the things by doing the races and by exploring the map. It's my hard opinion that the tech tree is kind of underwhelming. That's all I have to say about it. Now, why is my score so? What was the other A to B race we were just looking at? Oh, weird. Is there another A to B race we haven't done yet? Yeah, this one. I'm just gonna A to B race with the quadcopter because that's what everyone else is doing. In regard to doing the A to B races, I highly recommend trying to do them with an aircraft, namely the Mayfly Mark 1 on the workshop, because you will get an insane time with it. Like, you're not gonna get in the top 60, top 100 unless you use an aircraft. It's just not gonna happen. That is what everyone, if you were wondering, like, how are people getting that fast up that hill? They're just using airplanes, right? Like, I could try to use the Dragonfly even. And supposedly the devs are working on a separation between airplane and land vehicle. Did I get the first checkpoint? But you can imagine... No, I didn't. Yeah, you need to get the first checkpoint. I don't know. I'd have to press spacebar and then rapidly... Yeah, do that. And as you can imagine, if you just do what I'm doing right now, and you refine this process to use something even faster, like you'll get first place. Like, that's how you, yeah, top 20, and we're only 55th place for all car classes. For E-Class, we're top 20. There's White Dwarf 1011. White Dwarf 1011 is the one who made the Carbon B Dragster. Yes. Yeah, let's color this one and name it something. It's a refinement of the Alpha Meta Mark IV. I think I'll keep the Alpha Meta Mark IV. And we'll rename this one to be the J Crown Alpha Meta Mark V. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally... Oh, what are these? We don't want these. Oh, we were going to put extra wings in the back. We should probably test that before we do that. Yeah, let's test that before we... We'll test it before we upload it. Those are the motorcycle wheel piece, so we can't paint that. That's something they should work on, for sure. Is, You should be able to paint everything in the game. Call it the Batmobile. There are a lot of people who have made... let me check. It does look like the Batmobile. The Batmobile is definitely not a bad name for it. There are 6 Batmobiles on the workshop, and all of them look a lot like the Batmobile. I think we're going to be sticking with the Alpha Meta. Even though it is like a little bit generic, it is... I meta built this thing. Like, we are meta building now. But there are a couple of vehicles on the workshop right now that look pretty much just like the Batmobile. Like the actual Batmobile from the recent Batman movies. The Alpha Meta Batmobile. I kind of want to call it, now that we've flattened out the top suspension, or the top transmission, we could call it like the flat top or something. Flat top Alpha Meta Mark V. Because that's like one of the major changes between this. This feels really good. Those extra 2 wings are really what we needed. Yeah, brake time is pretty much where we need it to be. I broke a PB with this structure. It is PB worthy. The Flatmobile? I think I'm gonna go with the flat top Alpha Meta Mark V. I like White Dwarf's naming scheme too. The Carbon 1B Dragster. That thing is amazing. Let's just do a final inspection just to see if anything's like out of place. And then this is gonna get uploaded to the workshop for anyone to use. Feels good, looks good. Maybe there's something out of place. I could come back to it later and refine it a little more. Very good all-wheel drive handling, low speed turning, and acceleration. That's a long name, but whatever. I think flat top is good because that's like the main difference between, if you look at this thing, right, versus that's just clean looking. This one's slightly lighter. Yeah, this thing just feels cleaner. Its wheelbase is more narrow, and its acceleration is slightly higher because it's lighter. Yeah, nice. I'm gonna leave it here. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I think we've checked out a good amount of stuff that's been added to the game in terms of the recent patch. We didn't really check out the winglet. We're gonna have to eventually make a build that uses like the winglet and the laser cut and all that, because there are people, I recommend checking out the workshop on this game. There are people who are making way cooler stuff than I'm making. But if you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.